There's a little coolness in the air here at Citizens Bank Park. It's September baseball, and the Phillies are hoping that in the future, September baseball means they're battling the Washington Nationals for a divisional crown. But tonight, they're playing the schedule out here at Citizens Bank Park as the crowd gets a chance to settle in to see a team that was at the top of the standings in the NL East at one point. In fact, after the 31st of July, the Nationals had a 2-game lead over the Mets, a 9-game lead over the Atlanta Braves. But since that time, look at the change. 9.5 games out, and the Mets are sitting pretty at 82-61 with a magic number of 12. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom McCarthy, joined by Matt Stairs. Boy, baseball is a strange game. We saw it back in 2007 when the Phillies erased everything and won the division crown and took it right out of the hands of the New York Mets. Well, this year, it's the Mets who are taking it right out of the mouths of the Washington Nationals. It's been an incredible run in the National League East. The Nationals are on the wrong end of it right now.
They are on the wrong end of it. It's amazing how it changed when Cespedes came to New York, gave them some offense. These guys, the Mets, are playing with a lot of confidence. Not so much the Washington Nationals right now. The last series they played versus New York, it's like a gut shot. The last three there. Look at the numbers: 18-23 the Nationals, 29-11. The number that stands up to me is the ERA for the pitching staff at 3.6 and 4.04 for the Washington Nationals. Washington Nationals were coming into the season thinking they have one of the greatest starting rotations in the history of the game. Well, it hasn't fared so well. And offensively, when they're swinging the bat well, they're not pitching well. When they're pitching well, their offense is kind of quiet, so they can't get on that same page, and that's the reason why they've died down in the standings.
Yeah, and Max Scherzer over a 7-start span from the 31st until the last couple of days, 0-3 with 4 no decisions during those ball games. All right, on the flip side for the Phillies, there have been some bright spots, and one of them is the Phillies' young outfielder Aaron Altair, who has shown an amazing amount of athleticism, Matt, over the last several weeks.
Well, he has, and you know, he's been swinging the bat very well. I absolutely love his stance, his power. What I love about him is that his speed. He plays the game extremely hard. He plays it smart. Yesterday, that ball hit the left center. I mean, just to watch him go around second base and kick it into another gear. Heads up play right here. He had a pretty good secondary lead. A lot of hitters right there, players at third base, drop their head and go back to the bag. He was watching the play the whole time and realizing that he could get the home and score the eventual go-ahead run. 23 games, 250 batting average, 3 home runs. But I still like, 1, he's got a very good defense. 2, he brings a lot of energy. But I just love his setup. He sits there, he has great balance. And I know it's a little cliche, hit the ball where it's pitched. Well, that's what he's been doing. Fastball's inside, he's turning on it. Fastball away, he's hitting the ball to right field for some triples. Mm-hmm. He's just one of those guys that doesn't get overmatched, and when he gets fooled, he knows that he doesn't have to swing. A lot of guys will finish their swing. He'll get out in front of it, but he'll back off. Now all of a sudden he learns from pitch to pitch, and that's why he's having success so far.
12 extra base hits. That's why the slugging percentage is so high for Aaron Altair. He's back in the lineup tonight for the Phils. Aaron Nola's back on the mound, looking for win number 7 in the big leagues, win number 17 during his professional season. He'll take on the veteran Jordan Zimmerman. Well, he's back, and he's talking again. I'm not sure if there's a whole lot of sense coming out, but he's talking. Lineups at first pitch when we return. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Citizens Bank. One deposit checking. Keeping things simple is helping you bank better. By Toyota. Where will Toyota take you? Visit buyatoyota.com to find out. Toyota, let's go places. By Xfinity, the official entertainment provider of the Philadelphia Phillies. And by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Learn more at IBX.com. Phil's rotation. Each time Aaron takes the mound is a clear indication on why so many thought he was ready for the major leagues a year after being the 7th overall pick. Tuesday night, he dazzled again, locating his fastball with precision and keeping the Braves hitters off balance all game long. 7 strikeouts, 7 shutout innings, and his 6th win of the season was just the latest NOLA performance. And it's brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Well, Aaron Nola just completed his warm-up tosses out on the mound, getting set for this evening's start against the Washington Nationals. His numbers are very good for a rookie year. 6-2 with an ERA of 3.56. Coupled, Matt, with his numbers down to the minor leagues, it's 16 wins. 16-6 for a year. That's pretty darn good.
That's very good. It's like what you like to see out of your #1 prospect. And as you see the scouting report, he's a 3-pitch pitcher, average velocity 90.4 on the heater. In the league, he's hitting a $167 versus his curveball.
Well, he's getting set to face the Washington Nationals for the first time. Facing Anthony Rendon. I think you can call these guys the confusing Washington Nationals. First pitch of the night, hit in the air to left field. That's pretty well hit. Alter's going back toward the fence. He jumps, and it is gone. First pitch swinging. A home run for Anthony Rendon, and the Nationals take a 1-0 lead. Maybe they're not as confusing as we thought.
Well, maybe they're taking the chapter out of the Chicago Cubs. We saw a lot of first pitch swing. Not much you can do right there. First pitch of the game, you want to throw a strike. Location was inside. Rendon, leadoff home run.
Just over the small fence in left field. And here is Yunel Escobar, and Escobar takes low, 1 ball, no strikes. Well, we've seen during the course of his starts where he has given up early home runs. It hasn't been a big deal in many of them. Escobar's having a decent year, 321, 9 home runs, 46 runs batted in. He was 3 for 8, where he is 3 for 8 on this road trip for the Nats. We say they're a very confusing team, partly because of what we talked about during the Open tonight and just how their fortunes have changed over the last month and a half. Curveball outside, 2-1. Chopper over toward third. That's past Kobayashi in foul territory. Evens up the count, 2-2.
Yeah, the series that he had up in Washington versus the Mets. Yeah, they had some leads in the bullpen, struggled a little bit. Gut shot, that's for sure. Hard to bounce back after a big series like that.
Curveball lined into left field. That'll be in for a base hit. So back-to-back hits now for the Nationals. And that'll bring Bryce Harper to the plate. Well, here's the rest of the lineup for the Nationals, brought to you by Xfinity, the official entertainment provider of the Philadelphia Phillies. After Rendon and Escobar, it's Bryce Harper and Jason Worth. Clint Robinson bats 5th, Ian Desmond 6th. Then the bottom third of Ramos, Taylor, and Jordan Zimmerman. Bryce Harper, there was some question as to whether he would even play today after getting involved in a collision with Derek Dietrich of the Miami Marlins at second base yesterday. Takes low and in, 1 ball, no strikes. I think the Nationals were fearful that he had a concussion.
Yeah.
Matt Williams, there he is right there, lifted him from the ball game. He went through all the protocol. He was fine, ready to go. Certainly, if you're the Nationals, you want to keep this guy in the lineup. Chopper right side. Darnell Sweeney charges, and he gets the runner at first. Well, here's the play we were talking about yesterday.
Well, I'm sorry, Tom. He said right here he noticed that it was open at third base, so he planned on going the whole way. What the second baseman was doing, I have no idea.
Not sure either.
Apparently, he was a little late earlier in the game covering a throw to second base. That's the reason why they had the collision.
Yeah, you look at that right there. It's kind of like Dominic Brown's when he went over the half wall in New York. It didn't look like he landed on his head, but the way he landed on his
whiplash.
Yeah, there was sort of a whiplash. That'll bring Jason Worth to the plate. Worth hitting .226 with 7 home runs, 31 runs batted in. Takes a fastball at the knees. It's 0-1. This is why they weren't sure when he walked off. He definitely looked dazed. In fact, he said after that he felt dazed. See him blinking his eyes, trying to gather himself. Check swing, back to the mound. Worth is retired. 2 outs.
Well, it's time. I know, Tom, you've been away, so it's time for the Nissan keys to the game.
I've been waiting for him.
For Nola, continue to throw your changeup. I thought his changeup was his best pitch his last outing versus the Atlanta Braves. And keep your energy level up.
Yeah.
Think energy.
There's energy in chocolate, Matt.
The last 2 games, the Phillies have played with a lot of energy. After that gentleman right there, Pete, had a little meeting. Keep it going. Think energy.
Well, what he talked to them about was kind of what you had said. You know, don't give away at bats. You know, you got the last few weeks of the season. Play it out.
There's a lot to prove.
Clint Robinson takes on the outside corner. It's 0-1. How did your keys fare this past weekend? Were you right on with everything?
We were. I think 2 games we won. We were.
Robinson .272 with 7 home runs. Got into his kitchen. Aaron Altair is in and makes the one-headed grab. Side is retired. So it took 12 pitches, and the Nationals did score a run. But we'll go to the bottom of the first. The Nationals have struck first. It's 1-0. Phil's coming up. The official entertainment provider of the Philadelphia Phils. After Herrera and Galvis, it's Bogusevic, and then Aaron Altair batting cleanup. Ryan Howard hits 5th. Darnell Sweeney 6th. Cody Ashew will bat 7th tonight. Cameron Rupp 8th. And batting 9th and pitching is Aaron Nola. And they will face the right-hander from Wisconsin, Jordan Zimmerman. Not a bad year, 12-8. His earned run average is a tad higher than last season when it was under 3. But 178 2/3 innings. He has been durable for the Nationals.
He has. In his last outing, he threw 5 2/3, but threw 100 pitches. The reason why he didn't go a little longer in that game. And you can see the scouting report: 4-pitch pitcher, averaged 93.1 on the heater. Curveball, the league is hitting 204, and he's averaging 15.4 pitches per inning.
And he is a free agent at the end of this season. One of a handful for the Nationals. Odubel Herrera hitting .299, 8 home runs, takes high. Odubel's hit in 3 straight games. He has 6 hits on this homestand. The last Phillies homestand of the year will be a 6-gamer. They'll hit the road though for 10. 1 ball, 1 strike to Herrera, and he fights it off foul, and it's 1-2.
Well, one thing about Jordan Zimmermann, he is not afraid to throw inside. He will double up inside the left-handers to right-handers. He kind of pitches old school. Home plate is mine. You need to earn it.
That one's out toward right center field. On the run is the speedy Taylor. He'll get there. It's sliced back toward him. And 1 away here in the first. Freddie Galvis is coming up. Well, 1 or 2 spot, Murph, is usually where Cesar Hernandez hits, but we saw the horrific injury this past weekend, and his season looks like it's coming to a close.
Yeah, it most definitely is. You know, the good news was the Phils were able to win those final 2 games against Chicago. The bad news was that in the 7th inning of yesterday's game, this happened. Cesar Hernandez bobbled the ball at second base and then collided with Anthony Rizzo down there at first. The result was a dislocated thumb and some ligament damage in that thumb as well. Cesar Hernandez is on the 60-day disabled list at this point. His season is over. He is going to have surgery this week to repair that, and they're hopeful that he'll be back in time for spring training next year and be 100% healthy. But certainly it is a big loss, and it's a shame for him, a guy that was, really kind of competing in his first major league season, had won that starting job at second base. I was batting .272 on the season. To end your season like that in September is certainly disheartening for him. The moves that are made, well, Darnell Sweeney will probably get most of the time at second base for Cesar Hernandez, and then Chase Darno was recalled from the Lehigh Valley, so he is here as well. Probably see him out in some of the infield positions before this season is all said and done. But yes, Cesar Hernandez's season is over, guys.
Yeah, it looks like surgery will be Wednesday. Dr. Randall Culp, the renowned hand specialist from here in Philadelphia, over in King of Prussia, will do the surgery. There's Darnell, and talking to him today, I mean, he's, like everybody else, saddened about the fact that, Cesar's season is done because he was having such a good year, but realizes that there is an opportunity for him to prove himself, and he wants to take advantage of at least showing that he can play second base.
Yeah, you never wish injuries on any of your teammates, and it's one of those things where someone goes down, you do feel bad because Cesar was having a fine year, but I mean you can't sit around and mope for him. You pretty much got to step up and try to fill his shoes and show what you can do.
Bogusevic fouls it back. It remains no balls and 2 strikes.
But what a freak accident, like how many times have you had a 2-hopper like that? The easiest play is going to get, and then the bobble and try to flip it with the glove, and then you collide with the wrong guy.
That's exactly what it was, the wrong guy. There's a high fastball cut on and missed, and the side is retired in order. So Zimmermann works a 1-2-3 inning. We're on to the second here in Philadelphia. 1-0 Washington. and a free Phillies Pope Francis rookie card and information about his upcoming visit to Philadelphia and the World Meeting of Families Congress will be available at kiosks inside the first and third base gates. So go to Phillies.com to get your tickets. And don't forget, NBC 10 is your best source of information about the Pope's visit. Make sure to tune in before and throughout this historic visit. Ian Desmond leads it off.
Speaking of free agents.
Speaking of free agents that probably will not be signed, well, that won't be signed by the Nationals. Looks like he is going to be on the open market. It's going to be very interesting to see what he commands on the open market. Swing and a miss. He strikes out on 3 pitches. First K of the night for Aaron Nola.
Nice pitch. He's had a steady diet of off speed to Ian Desmond. This one he thought was a little slower and the bigger loop in an area where it's hard to lay off of.
Particularly with his 2 strikes. Yeah. So 1 away. Wilson Ramos is coming up. Ramos 2 for 11 on this road trip. Hitting .236 with 13 home runs, 63 runs batted in. See, that's the pitch right there that Pete McCannon was talking about in the last outing for Aaron Nola. He said just how special it is that he can dot that fastball on the outside part of the plate.
And dot the inside corner.
Yeah, I was thinking of the same thing.
Oh, he's made one bad pitch. Leadoff pitch to Rendon.
He lays off the curve.
I guess you could say the hanging curveball to Escobar for the single was a bad pitch. It's always that pitches usually pick that one pitch. Oh, if I could have had that one pitch back, it'd be a different story.
Goes inside with a fastball, 2-2. Well, there have been a lot of good stories written about Aaron Nola since his call up. There was one that was just in a couple of days ago in the Times-Picayune, which is the paper in the New Orleans area. Of course, Aaron's from Baton Rouge, as that one's lined to left field on one hop ball. Terrell will take it. That's a 1-out single, so 3 hits. And in that article, it has comments from, former Major Leaguer Ryan Theriot, who's also an LSU grad, Paul Bird, who saw his last game and is also an LSU guy.
Yep.
And thinks the world of Aaron Nola. Michael Teller, the batter, he'll take a strike. It's 0-1. Taylor is most likely going to take over a spot where there's another free agent for the Nationals that'll probably be not signed, and that's their Roberto Clemente Award winner, Denard Span, who's on the disabled list. Matt Williams, who you see is closest to the stairwell, he's going to have a different lineup next year probably, but you know what, he's had a lot of different lineups this year with all the injuries that his team has tried to overcome. Inside, 1-2.
But a lot of baseball teams have had a lot of injuries this year.
Oh, yeah.
The Nationals are not the only team. Just a matter of having someone step up and take the place of someone who was injured.
On the inside corner, strike 3 called. Second strikeout of the inning for Aaron Nola.
It's amazing how we talk about curveball away, fastball in for a purpose pitch, fastball inside, it freezes them. Doubling up on the pitches are so important because a lot of times guys get in that routine of a fastball inside, here comes the next pitch away. Doubling up and tripling up is tremendous, and it freezes hitters just like that.
And now we can get through this inning with the pitcher Jordan Zimmerman up. Zimmerman's not an awful hitter for a pitcher. He does have just 7 hits this year. If he's not careful, though, he's going to run out of bat. He's really far away from the plate. 4 no ball, 2 strike counts already for Nola. Look out. The ball was sizzling into the stands, just over the roof of the dugout. Young lady that was struck by the foul ball is being tended to right now by security. That's why Zimmerman's taking his time getting back in the box, and everybody's a little concerned as that ball was fired into the crowd. Outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Well, I haven't mentioned it for a few broadcasts. They have to do something with netting around for the fans by the benches.
Yeah,
they have to.
Swing and a miss. Good curveball. He strikes out 3 in the inning. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left. Middle of the 2nd inning. It's the Nationals 1 and the Phillies nothing. Brian Westbrook live in studio. The best way to start your day is with Breakfast on Broad, weekday mornings over on the Comcast network. 1-0 Nationals on an Anthony Rendon home run, solo home run in the top of the 1st. We go to the bottom of the 2nd inning. The Phillies retired in order in their half of the 1st will send Aaron Altair to the plate. Altair yesterday scored the go-ahead run in the 7th after tripling. Think about the number of extra base hits he has already. 12 extra base hits. We talk about how high his on-base percentage is because of that. 12 of his 19 hits have been extra base hits. Also given us a clear indication of his speed and his athleticism.
It's amazing.
Check swing. Not much he's going to be able to do with that speed and athleticism there. 3 unassisted, 1 out. And Ryan Howard's coming up. Ryan Howard was a proud man today when the nominations came out for the Roberto Clemente Award. Ryan has been nominated for this year's the Phillies player recognized for this year's award. We mentioned that Bernard Span is recognized for the Nationals. The Roberto Clemente Award, which recognizes the MLB player who best represents the game of baseball through positive contributions on and off the field, including sportsmanship and community involvement. Ryan and his wife Crystal, they've written together several children's books called Little Rhino This or Little Rhino That. And all of that is helping his foundation, he and Crystal's foundation. He's a good man, and anybody that knows him knows how good a guy he is. Talked to him today about it. Here's his home run from yesterday.
Surprisingly fastball from Dan Herron, who he's had pretty good success against.
That one is pulled deep down the right field line. It is gone. A home run, Ryan Howard. Well, he turned on that one quickly. Number 23 on the season. Happy day for that gentleman who just caught it. It's a 1-1 ball game. Well, Joyce Moore, we didn't tell you this yet, but guess what? You're a recipient of the McDonald's Home Run Jackpot tonight, which means you will receive $100 in the McDonald's Home Run Jackpot thanks to Ryan Howard and his home run.
Nice quick hands. Tucks his hands in. Loud, hard, and get out very quick. That's a topspin home run.
Sure was. That's why I was wondering at the last moment if it was going to get out. Darnell Sweetie takes strike one. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Absolutely love Darnell Sweeney's setup. You know, he's got very good balance. He's got quick hands. I like to see him back off a little bit as much as he jumps towards the pitcher, which he has, looks like today. But he just has a very good base and a very good, powerful swing.
And his abilities as a hitter will continue to grow. Right?
Absolutely.
Asked him today if he was playing any winter ball. He said no. The number of at-bats he's gotten this year between the minor leagues and the big leagues, he probably doesn't need winter ball. Fly ball to center field. It'll be caught by Teller. That one got in on his hands. And there are 2 outs.
See, I enjoyed playing winter ball. I thought for me it was an advantage because I had a chance to go down to Mexico for 7 years to play. And even though I played every day in the minor leagues, I wanted to go down and get more at-bats and see more off-speed. You know, the Mexican League is considered an off-speed league. I knew I get the fastball, so I saw a lot of curveballs and changeups down there. I thought it helped me be a better hitter.
Is there a difference in style? I think I know this, but is there a difference in style between Mexico, Venezuela, and the Dominican?
Yeah, I think Dominican, you're going to have power arms.
Okay.
In the Mexican League, you're going to have more of an off-speed. You know, they used to say the Mexican League was more of the American League, and then Venezuela and Dominican was more of the National League. More fastballs, more cheese, not as many off-speed pitches.
Swing and a miss, and as she strikes out, second strikeout of the night for Jordan Zimmerman. He does allow a home run. Ryan Howard's bullet into the seats in right field. He's homered in back-to-back games, and he's tied this ball game up. So we're at 1-1 as we move to the third here in Philly. go to the fan section for all the information, and please submit your answer on the subject line. Matt, if you'd like to go out and ask those two youngsters for some help, that'd be fine. But do me a favor. Which two major league teams did Jason Worth play for before the Phillies? Answer will be revealed a little later on. Here's Rendon, and he takes strike one. Rendon homered his first time up.
Which two teams did J-Dub play for?
In the majors.
In the major leagues.
Yeah, you wrote down a team that he has played for but did not play in the majors. You've written
before
before the Phillies.
I gotta start looking at the question.
Maybe I have to start saying it a little slower.
Or in French.
2 balls and 1 strike to Rendon. Just a bit low. Tim Wilkie's the home plate umpire tonight. Out of play down the right field line. Rendon had 3 hits in yesterday's game for the Nationals. He's been one of those guys that's been hurt this year. He's had 2 different stints on the DL. Curveball on the inside corner. Boy, did he give up on that. 4 strikeouts for Aaron Nola. And one away, and El Escobar's coming up. Think Energy, the smart choice to power your home. Go to mythinkenergy.com/Phillies.
Sounds like a Nissan key to the game tonight as well. Think Energy.
Think Energy, that's right.
I'm going to use Think Energy every night for a key. So I don't have to think anymore. Because it hurts.
Well, but I think you are right. As that one is lined towards center field, Herrera will make the catch. I think you are right. Not only that it hurts, but that energy at this time of the year, particularly for a team that's in last place.
Yep.
Sometimes it's hard to muster it, but you have to. I think these guys have done a good job of, for the most part, doing that since the All-Star break. I agreed with Pete that they may have hit a lull the other day. I think it was a good time for him to, chat with him.
I agree with you 100%. And I like the fact that Cody Ashley said after the home run off the Budweiser sign in right field on the walk-off, saying that the last few games they have not been playing with some energy. And it was nice to see last night. Or that night, and then yesterday, and then...
Hey, nothing to sneeze about taking 2 of the 4 games against the Cubs.
Absolutely not.
And winning the season series against them. Of course, Cody's home run was a big reason why. Check swing. On a changeup. 2 balls, no strikes.
I've come to the conclusion that Aaron Nola's curveball can either be very hard to hit or pretty easy to hit, depending on if he gets underneath it or not. When he gets underneath it, it just becomes like a little spin curveball.
Well, there you go. That one's going to be hooked down the right field line and gone. Home run for Bryce Harper. That home run for Harper is 37th of the year. And he makes it a 2-1 ball game. Well, that technically was a changeup, not a curveball, but it was right in the hitter's zone.
Yeah, and I'm going to scratch up my key for Nola to keep throwing the changeup. But he's going to have to learn to throw the changeup in hitters' counts. He's just happened to stay up enough in the zone. And that quick bat by Bryce Harper.
.37 home runs, 86 runs batted in as Worth takes a strike. Even though they're falling out of the race in the National League East, he's going to be hard to beat for the MVP in the National League. New wave numbers, old wave numbers. He's at the top of most of them. Fastball hit down the right field line, foul by Jason Worth.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see at the end of the year who does get all the votes for MVP in the National League.
Well, the race, I don't know if you agree with this, Matt, or not, but the race seems to be between Harper, as that one is hit towards center field, Arenado, Goldschmidt, and Zach Greinke of the Dodgers. We can touch on that more throughout this 3-game series, but Harper's put up great numbers the whole year. We'll go to the bottom of the 3rd. Cameron Rupp will lead it off. By the Quality Plus Sports Stores. Go further. Lefty in the twilight, Matt. That's what we're calling that shot right there. Steve Carlton statue. That's down the left field line here at Citizens Bank Park outside the gates. Cameron Rupp will lead it off for the Phillies. It's a 2-1 ball game. 3 home runs tonight. Solo shots for the Nationals. 2 solo shots for the Nationals, 1 for the Phils. Cameron 2 for 20 on this homestand. He's cooled off. Take strike 1. It's 0-1.
Schmitty talked about Cameron's number 29 and how he flies open so quick.
That'll find the seats.
You know, and it's so important and a big way for hitters to stop having your upper body leave so early. Just think about landing on your front foot a little softer. A lot of times guys will lift their foot up a little late and put it down real hard.
And that'll cause you to open.
That causes you to open.
You kind of rush through your mechanics.
So a lot of times you think stepping on an egg carton, front foot, your upper body slows down.
Pulls that one through the hole on the left side, so he's aboard. That'll give Nola a chance to sacrifice him to second base. It's now time for you to tweet your strongest fan photo. Use the hashtag PhillyPhotoDataStrongFan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. Brought to you by T-Mobile. Now, Matt, during the weekend, was it Leslie that picked the photos because Murph was up here? Is that how it works? Or did Murph still pick them?
Murph wanted to, but Leslie said no, she was picking them.
Okay, that's fair.
I think we had one Bodie. Is that Leslie's dog?
I don't know. Well, that would make sense then if she picked it. Sacrifice.
For the record, she's still picking them. She'll pick them the rest of the season.
Oh, hey, Murph, how's it going?
Yeah, it's going just fine, gentlemen.
Yeah?
I heard you talking about me.
How are your seeds tonight?
Seats are good.
No, your seeds.
Oh, no seats tonight.
Oh, really?
But my seats are great.
You were lost up here for the last 4 games. You couldn't eat the seats, yeah.
It was okay. Maybe I broke the habit.
Here's Odubel Herrera with a runner at second base. Odubel fly to center. His first time up. Actually lined to center. Takes a strike. It's 0-1. Odubel growing impatient, calls time.
Watch Ramos's head as he's giving the signs. He's making sure that Herrera's not peeking.
Guys are probably thinking this guy's hitting almost 300 in his first year in the National League. He's got to be figuring something out. Checking him out, checking his feet out.
Checking his eyes out.
Yeah. Fouls it away.
First of all, I will say this. You cannot see signs from a catcher if you're peeking.
I always wondered about that. But you'd really have to turn your head to look at it.
Well, you'd have to crank it down there. It wouldn't be too obvious that way, would it? But you cannot look back there and see numbers. Now, you can peek when they move. You right?
Getting dizzy doing it.
Now, the only time a lot of hitters will peek is, like I said, is when the pitcher gets set and the catcher will move too early to go inside or outside. Then you can peek. But the more you play, the more you start feeling catchers moving closer to you. You feel crowded.
Sort of claustrophobic.
It's and some catchers are loud when they move.
They're not cat-like.
No. Like Buffalo's a big man down there, Ramos.
Yeah,
but he moves quietly.
Oh, okay. I was going to say I would think that maybe you could pick up when he's moving. But he's a quiet Buffalo.
Quiet Buffalo. See how Lady moves as well?
Yeah, I don't know. Have you talked to pitchers about that? Whether catchers, if they move late, if that's distracting or not?
Well, I mean, we talked about Jamie last year, and you can see how he waits, and then he pops out. Jamie wanted to see the glove as long as he could.
Right, he did say that. You're right.
Yeah, so he wanted to get in that position and see it. If he makes the pitch, I guess it didn't matter because he made his pitch.
So it varies from pitcher to pitcher.
Right.
Some are probably used to it. So he's not moved into position just yet. Now he goes. Another foul ball. A lot of times this is a good sign for Odubel when he fouls a bunch of pitches off.
It's a good sign for the fans, too, because they get free baseballs.
That is true. Except for that guy up there. I don't know. He's going to take a little bit of a clout to get a free baseball up there. Swing and a miss. Got him out front. He wins the battle. Strikeout number 3. And there are 2 outs. 6 home games left here at Citizens Bank Park after this series concludes, and 3 of them come against the New York Mets, the 29th, 30th, and Thursday, October 1st. All 3 are night games. Tickets can be purchased anytime by going to Phillies.com. The Mets, much to the chagrin of everybody, including the fanatic, are 9.5 games up in the National League East. There's a line drive, one hopper off the glove of Desmond. That's going to enable Rupp to come around and try to score, and he will score. It's an RBI single, and it's a 2-2 ball game. I have to admit it, if Desmond didn't deflect that ball and he cleanly went to center field, I don't know if John Miserock would have sent Cameron Rupp.
Yeah, I think he would have sent him. It's just a matter of I don't know if he would have scored or not, because the ball was hit hard up the middle. It's a good swing down through it, right off the edge of the glove. They caught a break, which allowed Cameron to score from second base. Big man hustling around third.
He's chugging.
Now that would be a good collision.
The
Cameron Rupp
Cameron against the Buffalo. Yeah, that would be a big one. Brian Bogusevic is now the hitter. He's 0 for 1. Inside. We're tied at 2 here in the bottom of the 3rd.
They'd be like a rhino hitting a buffalo.
They would both just stop. Off the hands, fouled back, 2 hour left, and out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Even though Jordan Zimmerman is not the quickest pitcher to get the ball home, Ramos has a cannon. Get 2 very good defensive catchers tonight with tremendous arms.
Yeah, Ramos only has 3 passed balls this year. Not that dictates arm strength, but it dictates hands and ability behind the plate. He went around on a breaking ball, and the side is retired, but the Phillies do tie it up on the RBI single by Freddie Galvis. So we played 3, and we're even at 2. Coffee at amazingly low prices, delivered free the very same day when you order by 11:30 a.m. W.B. Mason knocks it out of the park. Who but W.B. Mason? Yeah, you see yourself. It's because you're on television, buddy.
you are.
We go to the top of the 4th inning. Aaron Nola allowed 2 solo home runs tonight. Clint Robinson is the hitter. 0-1 to Robinson.
That was a nice changeup. You see the late movement going left to right. The one that Bryce Harper hit was pretty much straight.
Off the end of the bat to center field. Odubel didn't start right away, and he's not going to be able to handle that one. He froze, and that's what you're supposed to do, but he froze for a while. So a base hit for Robinson.
Yeah, it's a big swing off the end of the bat. He did freeze, like you said, Tom, and by the time he reacted, made a very nice play, but a very lucky play. As that ball gets by him, it's hard to say how far the ball goes to center field.
Desmond chops it foul. The ball's 1 strike. Well, the numbers for the Nationals that we've talked about have been staggering. I mentioned during our open what the numbers are since the 31st of July. You know, the Mets have won 7 straight even now. The Nationals have lost 5 of 6. Mets are 29-11 since the 31st of July. The Nats 18-23. Some of the numbers that, if you compare the two, that really jump out: the extra base hits, the Mets with 171, the Nationals with 124. A little low to Desmond, and then of course the earned run average, which you talked about. That's ERA as a team 4.18. The Mets 3.62. It may not sound like a whole lot, but
it is.
It adds up. Curveball, and it's 2-2. Here's what they did by month. It wasn't a great month of April, but they certainly recovered. 18-9 in May, 15-12 in June. Not too shabby, but less than 500 in the next 2 months, and even at 500 here in September. But Desmond cannot figure out that curveball. 5 strikeouts for Nola. Yeah, it's a hot selling item, the Aaron Nola stuff, because it's going to be around for a long time.
I like the shirt, and the hot dog looks good too.
Hot dogs look really good.
Hint, hint.
You want that gentleman to bring us up some hot dogs?
No, I want a shirt.
Oh. Over to third. That could be 2. Scooped up by Ashe. 1, 2.
Nice turn.
Yep. Sweeney's been working on that at second base with Larry Boa and Jorge Velandia. They turn it crisply. No runs, 1 hit, nobody left. Cody Ashe starts this double play by getting it on the short hop, and then Darnell Sweeney gets away from the slide. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop Nissan.com. We've played 3.5 so far here in Philadelphia on a cool night. Strange, it was warm this morning, and then all of a sudden the wind started picking up, and it cooled off as the day moved on. Very comfortable. Matt's got his sweatshirt on. He's feeling the chill in the air. No. Murph's feeling it. I heard him talking to some of the fans. Some of the fans are cold. Right, Murph? They said they're a little chilly tonight.
Yeah, but I don't think it's chilly. I think it's great.
Yeah.
Beautiful down.
It's refreshing.
Absolutely.
Here's Aaron Altair to lead it off. He had a check swing ground out his first time up. He's 0 for 1. That one's off the end of the bat down the right field line and out of play. 72 degrees. Broke his bat, ground ball back toward the middle. The bat went flying out toward the hole at shortstop. And Altair is retired by Ian Desmond. So what away. Ryan Howard's coming up. Well, Murph, Jordan Zimmermann has been at least consistently healthy this year for the Washington Nationals. He's gotten the baseball every 5th day and hasn't had an issue with it.
You're right, Tom, and he's been good. He's been pretty good, and he had a very good start to the season, and he's actually won his last 4 decisions. However, if you look deep into the numbers, well, you can see that he's not quite having the kind of dominant season that he had in the last 2 years. Yeah, sure, he's going for win number 13 tonight, but take a look at batters off his fastball. Last year, they were batting just 240 off his fastball. This year, up to 281. The slugging percentage is up as well, and there you see the chase and the whiff percentage. They are both down this year. And another number that is never a good thing for the pitchers is that his home runs are up. He allowed only 9 home runs in the first half of the season, but he's allowed 11 already in the back half of the season. That number is climbing in a lot less innings as well. So he's been dominant over the last 2 seasons, and like I said, he's been pretty good this year, but he hasn't been quite the same pitcher that they are used to down there in Washington.
Well, he just fooled Ryan Howard on that. Why so many home runs, Matt? What do you think? What's your thoughts?
Velocity's down.
Yeah.
He's averaging 93 this year, where usually he can pop at 95, 96. Location. Jordan Zimmermann is the type of guy, when he throws his fastball, he has that little rise to his fastball. Well, I think the velocity's down and the location's down.
That ball is rocketed off the glove of Robinson. Zimmermann was late getting over, but he's there. And in time to retire Howard. 3-1 eventually on the putout, and there are 2 outs. Now, with all that said, and Murph's numbers are right on, he's going to be a free agent this year. And he's not going to get the mega deal that, let's say, Max Scherzer received. And he's not going to get the mega deal that David Price will receive. But he's going to get I would think, a pretty decent deal from somebody.
As he should, because he's reliable every 5th day. Ever since he came back from his injury, he's a workhorse.
Career numbers, 69 wins, 48 losses. And he's ahead of Sweeney, no balls and 1 strike.
I was watching Darnell Sweeney's last at bat during the commercial break, and he's made a nice adjustment. Not so much in that swing, but his first at bat, he made the adjustment by not attacking the ball so much. And I know I mentioned it the other day, but it's amazing how when you move that much, how much the strike zone changes and the ball moves.
Outside 2-2. Well, because you're looking at one thing, and then a second later, the way you move, your eyes are focusing on a totally different spot.
Absolutely. That's why I try to teach kids it's contact first, then you explode your hips. Where you see Darnell's hips have left a little early, which causes you to swing underneath the baseball. If you allow the ball to get deep as you possibly can, you make that contact, and then all of a sudden you fall through with the hips. That's how you stay on the baseball.
3 balls, 2 strikes to Sweeney. Fouls it away. And it remains 3 balls and 2 strikes.
So what I was talking about with the contact, if you swing, and if I don't make contact first and I do this, everything goes with it.
And you're up.
Right, if I think contact first and then I go through the ball, now my head's down and everything stays tight and it goes through the zone and allows me to finish high. So that is the reason why it's so important. It's all about your front foot. If I get up there and I think I'm starting a motorcycle, all right, look at my head bouncing. If I attack, how much my head's moving this way, the ball bounces. Now if I think ball deep, boom, ball's back, I hit it. Now I go through the zone. That's where you generate your power and to be able to hit the ball left center, right center.
It's almost as if, and I could be way off on this, but then the dropping of the foot is second nature. We're not even thinking about it.
It becomes natural.
Yeah.
If you think about staying down and staying back on the baseball, the foot just goes down nice and easy. It's when you start getting your timing off and you start landing.
That's when I think you think about the foot.
And you start rolling over your foot a little bit. That's when everything goes this way instead of this way.
Runner at first base, 2 men down. Cody Ashley, the hitter. Tim Wilkie sounded like everybody's grandfather on that one. It's as if you had hopped the fence and gotten into somebody's yard to get a baseball. He's like, hey, there's a strike. The ball's 1 strike to Ashe. Struck out his last time up.
You know, and it's funny that we were just talking about that, about the front foot. I was talking with Cody yesterday, talking about his home run. I said, now when you get in trouble, it seems like when it's 2-0, 3-1. I said, do you gear up too much to hit 3-1 and 2-0? And nice read by Darnell Sweeney. And he said, absolutely. I said, you know, you need to be a top hand hitter. I mean, the point of contact is where you go through the baseball and you roll that top hand over. I shouldn't say roll over. You get through the ball with the top hand. And he says at times he gets his foot down too hard and too late. That's the reason why his backside collapses when he swings, and he'll hit like a weak fly ball to left field. So when we talked about it, he goes, what was your approach? I said, I would think about hitting the ball to the 398 sign every time. And that's the proper angle I would go with my barrel.
Pickoff play is on, and he is safe at second base. Boy, Zimmerman got there quickly with that throw, and Desmond made a quick tag. Desmond, I believe, thinks that he got him. Matt Williams is coming up the stairs. Desmond is slowly walking back to his position.
I mean, this is a quick pickoff move, quick feet, perfect throw. Oh, I think he got his hand in there.
I think he did. Yeah, I'm with you. He may have dove back a little early.
It looks like the tag was going down with his arm, and it just tagged him right there. Ooh, looks going to be close.
It all depends on whether they think that Desmond got him with the glove. Nope. It's one of those where he didn't want to waste the challenge. Got him. Second time that Ashe is struck out. Ramos flips it over to first. 5 strikeouts for Jordan Zimmerman tonight. Phillies leave 1, and we head to the 5th inning here in Philadelphia. All right, Matt, here we go. Which two major league teams did Jason Worth play for before the Phillies?
I know the Dodgers was one.
Dodgers was one. That's correct.
And I had it written down Baltimore, but Baltimore was where he had that funny-looking hairdo and the glasses and the pitcher.
Well,
but he played the minor leagues.
Correct. I don't know. Funny-looking hairdo. It was just a shorter haircut.
Well, compared to now.
Yeah.
He played for Toronto in like 2002 and 2003.
There you go. Log back on to Phillies.com to find out if you're the winner of a Phillies prize pack. Taylor tries to bunt, bunts it foul. It's 0-2.
I can say it's a funny picture because that's my boy.
Right, I was going to say, though, the hair he had then was more traditional than the hair he has now.
Yes, and the beard.
And the beard.
Doesn't wear the glasses anymore.
How's he doing, by the way? I didn't see him today. Did you talk with him today?
Doing well.
Yeah. He said the other day, we got to win every night. That's no two ways about it. That's our thought. We got to win every game every night. Curveball inside the inside corner. Thank you, Tim Welke. 6 strikeouts for Nola.
Well, this is a curveball that close, very close, but I like the fact that Tim Wilkie stayed with it. It was close.
I'm okay with it.
I can't believe I'm saying that, but it was close. Because a front door curveball is never a strike, nor is a back door curveball.
He just took a little extra time to review it in his mind.
But I will say this, though. Tim Wilkie is 100% a pitcher's umpire. And you knew that when you started the game, so you had to swing the bat.
Nothing wrong with that.
Depends if you start or not.
Well, Tim is also one of the few umpires that we've seen where he obliterates the catcher's box behind home plate, the 2 lines, just erases them before the game even starts.
He's allergic to chalk.
I don't know if you're lying or not. There's a base hit up the middle. A 1-out single for Jordan Zimmerman. Anthony Rendon's coming up Sunday, October 4th. Where the Phillies take on the Marlins at 3:05. It's Fan Appreciation Day. 2016 Phillies schedule magnet free to all fans, plus many of the traditional celebrations with prizes and surprises here at the ballpark. Order your tickets by going to Phillies.com. See those 2 chalk lines?
He's not allergic. I was just fibbing. I wasn't lying. I was fibbing.
We asked our buddy Danny O'Rourke, who oversees the umpires room, rubs up the baseballs. He's going to get to the bottom of it. He's going to ask Tim, why do you clean out the chalk like that? Inquiring minds want to know, Matt. Off the hands and into the Phil's dugout. Nice catch with the hat. Alec Asher. Here we go. Proper use of the equipment.
Correct.
Strike 3 call. Fastball. Looks like it came right back toward the chute. Number 7 for Aaron Nola.
Backdoor sinker. It's right down the middle of the plate. Wasn't sure if he was thinking it was up in the zone a little bit.
Well, more strikeouts than anything else as far as his distribution goes. Here's Escobar. He singled his first at bat, lined sharply to center in his last at bat. Check swing, foul ball, 0-1.
You can always tell what type of stuff a pitcher has by how many strikeouts looking. 4 of the 7 strikeouts tonight are by looking. So it means he has good movement, which we just saw in a 2-seamer, and he's freezing a lot of hitters with his curveball.
Yeah, it's not just one pitch.
No. doubling up on a heater inside.
Now, he did that in his first at bat, and then he hung the pitch where he lined it to left center field, or left field, I should say.
Right.
Let's see what Cameron Rupp's thinking here. Sent up outside. Chopper right side. Sweeney charges and can't get it with his glove. He probably had time to glove it and then flip. It would have been close, but he probably did have time. They scored a hit.
Yeah, just never got in his glove to be able to flip it. How many plays did we see Chase Utley make of those?
They take it for granted, honestly. He makes all of them. I mean, look how Cesar got hurt the other day. Same type of thing. And then the collision. It's a big deal because now this guy's up. Bryce Harper. He homered his last time up. The home run for Harper was his 92nd of his career. The debate about who the MVP is in either league is out of our control. We don't have a vote for it, but even though they're probably going to fall short in the division, he's atop many categories in the National League and in Major League Baseball. Hits that one through the hole on the left side, of base hit. Zimmerman around third. He'll be held there. So he has 2 hits tonight. Harper does, and the bases are now loaded for Jason Worth. I actually think he wins it in a landslide, except if they throw Zach Greinke's name in there. I don't know why I think that. Probably because Kershaw won it last year, and Greinke's numbers are so good, and the WAR, wins above replacement, which a lot of people do take into consideration. The 2 of these guys are close in that category.
Well, you're looking at Zach Greinke, 17-3 with a 1.61 ERA.
Yeah. 8 more innings in his last start. Could have probably finished the game, but decided not to. Not important. That's what he said after he did that with the Phillies earlier this year. 182 strikeouts, 210 and 2/3 innings. Arenado's had a very good year. Home runs and RBIs, extra base hits. Paul Goldschmidt. Curveball, 0-1 to Worth. Bases are loaded.
That's why his curveball at times can be very hard to hit, because you expect it to break, and when you go underneath it, it's almost like a backdoor curveball or just a spinning curveball like that one there. Or if he gets on top of one, it's a snapdragon that starts out of third and out of the corner of the strike zone.
Well, Rupp's coming inside, and that one is ripped deep down the left field line. It is gone. A grand slam for Jason Worth. He didn't get it far enough in. And the Nationals now lead it 6-2. Third home run of the night for the Nationals. Eight home runs, 35 runs batted in for Worth.
I'll tell you what, that ball's off the plate.
So 5 grand slams for Jason Worth in his career. Boy, does that change the complexion of this game. You know, 2 plays in this inning. The single to Zimmerman, the pitcher. I mean, every once in a while, pitcher is going to get a hit. And then the ground ball by Escobar. 2 balls, no strikes. 1 ball 4. First walk issued by Aaron. Not to belabor the point, but would you have preferred a waste pitch to Jason Worth, or
I think that was supposed to be a waste pitch,
and it just didn't get far enough in, as we mentioned. It was in.
It was in. It was off the plate.
So is that credit where credit is due?
Yeah, there's a lot of different things. I mean, there can be. You can see where he's set up. Now watch him reach up for it. You know, you might have, he cheated to get into it. He opened up his hips a little earlier. Maybe he was looking in there.
Well, he has certainly confused Ian Desmond tonight. 8 strikeouts for Aaron Nola, but a grand slam by Jason Worth has opened this ball game up for the Nationals. They lead it 6-2 as we move to the bottom of the 5th. Day at 7:05 against the Bowie Bay Sox. Fireworks after both games. You can order your tickets by going to Fightins.com and use the code Phillies to receive $3 off any ticket. You get to see top prospects like J.P. Crawford, Nick Williams, Andrew Knapp, Jake Thompson. He pitched really well in the last round. Again, go to Fightins.com. Zach Eflin will start tomorrow. He's had a good year at Double-A for the Reading Fightins. Bottom half of the 5th inning. Phil's down by 4. Chase Darno, who is up from the minor leagues, is in the on-deck circle. Jason Worth and his grand slam may have just sent Aaron Nola to the showers. Swing and a miss, 0-1. It's a deceiving night for Nola, I think. Now, he did allow 3 home runs, and 1 was a grand slam. But a career high 8 strikeouts.
And he gave up 9 hits.
Yeah.
10 base runners in 5 innings.
In the dirt, 2 balls, 2 strikes to Rupp. Strike 3. 6 strikeouts for Zimmerman. Got him with a slider there. Keep up with the pennant races in true HD quality with MLB.TV Premium. Watch every out-of-market game live or on demand. Over 400 supported devices, real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking widget, and more. Visit MLB.TV today. So Chase Darno will pinch hit for Aaron Nola. Chase up from Lehigh Valley. He takes the spot of Cesar Hernandez on the 40-man. Cesar was placed on the 60-day DL to make room for him, and he fouls it back over the screen. No balls, 1 strike. Hit .268 with 5 home runs, 35 runs batted in at Lehigh Valley. At one time, he was one of the top infield prospects for the Pittsburgh Pirates organization. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Back in 2011, played in 48 games for the Pirates. No balls, 2 strikes. Struck him out. 2 away. The slider's been pretty good tonight, in particular the last 2 hitters in different spots. On the Toyota Major League Scoreboard, how about this matchup between Scott Kazmir and Cole Hamels? Well, Hamels was greeted by a home run from Jose Altuve, and that has given Houston a 1-0 lead. They lead the Rangers by a game and a half in the division. Hamels had not allowed a home run in 28 consecutive innings. Oh man, Odubel hit by that pitch. Man, he was hit right above the knee.
Not even close.
Yeah, Zimmerman has better command than this. This is I don't know. He's got very good command of that fastball. That's not usually where his fastball will go. Outside, 1 ball and no strikes. Odubel called time a bunch of times in his last at bat. I don't know if that irritated Zimmerman or not. Now that he has a comfortable lead, as Galvis shows bunt, takes a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. But he hasn't thrown 1 pitch in that general area all night long. Ground ball to second base. Odubel limping towards second as that throw goes to first. And the side is retired. No runs, no hits, 1 man left. Center fielder for the Phils in a little bit of pain as we move to the 6th. It's a sharp looking lid he's got.
It's going in about 100.
Well, hopefully it doesn't aim it toward that little guy. Here's the Fanatic shooting out some hot Hatfield Franks. We go to the top of the 6th inning. That little guy's enamored, Murph, by the Philly Fanatic, and I'm sure he's enamored by whatever photo you're going to show us right now.
Well, here's hoping, Tom, that's for sure. As promised earlier in the game, we have selected the Data Strong fan photo of the game. Today's photo comes from Mac3013. She says, Juan Samuel and I at Phillies Baseball 101.
Yeah,
Sammy's looking good.
Sammy's
looking good.
Sammy's very popular at Baseball 101.
He's a popular guy any day of the week.
Selected for the Dominican Republic Baseball Hall of Fame. Congratulations to Juan Samuel.
Very cool. Can I remind folks, Tom, to tweet your strongest fan photo to hashtag Philly Photo Data Strong Fan. You just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. It's all brought to you by T-Mobile.
Thank you, Murph.
You're welcome.
See.
You should do that that ending part of it like you're doing one of those old car commercials, like really fast, like as fast as you can.
That's hard to do.
It is hard to do. Pittsburgh's perfect, though. Remember when that guy used to do those commercials? He used to do the disclaimers at the end. 0-1 pitch is in there. 0-2. Justin DeFreitas on the hill for the Phils.
Tom, do I need to remind you I'm Canadian? So I did not see that commercial.
I was looking around for somebody. Fly ball center field. Odubel is back. A few steps from the track. Makes the catch. One away. And Michael Taylor's coming to the plate. Taylor 0 for 2 with a couple strikeouts in this ball game. Justin worked in game 2 on Friday, worked 2/3 of an inning. It was his first work in nearly 2 weeks. The month of August did not fare all that well for Justin. Chop foul. 1-2. How about this guy hit an estimated 493-foot home run earlier this season? It's technically, nobody can really gauge it perfectly, the longest home run of the year in baseball. 493 feet.
In Colorado.
Against Johan Flande. He doesn't look like he can hit a ball 493 feet, but he's got some surprising pop. 14 home runs in his first real full season. Almost full season in the big leagues.
Well, he's got some tremendous bat speed and leverage.
Freitas gets him with a slider, and there are 2 outs. Two away. Jordan Zimmerman's coming up. By the way, Matt, Gracie, who is the young lady, it's her first game First Phillies game. Get a chance to enjoy it with mom and dad. Is that bat got a piece of Cameron Rupp? It's 0-1. Gracie's more enamored by the sign than she is about the game. Well, Grace, well, here's hoping that this is the first of many Phillies games for you and your family together. Fly ball down the right field line. Bogusevic will give it a look and out of play. Check swing. They appeal. No swing. So 1-2. He got him. And the side is retired. Back-to-back strikeouts for DeFreitas. Phil's down by 4. Brian Bogusevic will lead it off when we come back in the bottom of the 6th inning. Nats lead it 6-2. Burger and small fry for just $2.50. McDonald's. I'm loving it. And by your Delaware Valley Honda dealers. Hurry to your local Del Val Honda dealer. Visit DelValHondaDealers.com. Well, Gracie's first game tonight, and it might be that young lady's first game. We don't know her name. She doesn't have a sign, but it could be. All decked out in her Phillies merchandise, Phillies apparel. She's still awake as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. So's that young lady there. Not so much there. It's been a long day. There's only so much you can handle. Here's Bogusevic to lead it off in the bottom of the 6th inning. Bogusevic is 0 for 2 against Jordan Zimmerman. That one's lined toward the alley in right center field. It's going to get past Taylor and roll to the track and eventually to the wall. And Bogusevic will pull into second base with a leadoff double. Second double of the year for Bogusevic. And he's hit in 4 consecutive games.
He says, I'm not waiting until 2 strikes. I'm going to attack the first off-speed pitch I see. Nice swing, good timing. Head down and a powerful swing.
Now Altair has grounded out twice, once to first, once to short. That one's hit through the hole on the left side, a base hit. So Altair has a hit tonight. Over to third goes Bogusevic. That'll bring Ryan Howard to the plate, who's already homered against Jordan Zimmerman. I wonder if at any point Matt Williams will get the bullpen up and going here. Here's Ryan's home run.
Well, back in the second inning is a fastball inside. Top spin lob, but a missile hit it hard enough to get out of the ballpark. It's a good sign when he can turn on fastballs.
Howard fouls it off toward the upper deck. No balls, 1 strike.
3 pitches, 3 swings. Ooh.
0-2 to Howard. Swing and a miss. He went after a high fastball. And Altair does get back. Howard strikes out, so 1 away here in the 6th inning. And that'll bring Darnell Sweeney to the plate.
Elevated fastball. It's a little too high for Ryan Howard. As Ramos with the quick feet and a fire to first base. Altair just gets back in time.
It was almost as if Ryan was fooled on that pitch. Maybe by the location, of course, but because he was murmuring to himself as he left the batter's box. Sweeney takes outside, 1-0. Darnell walked his last time up. He's walked 9 times since the Phillies picked him up from the LA Dodgers. Pulls that one through the hole on the right side, a base hit. Bogusevic will score. Altair's on his way to third. Now he stops. The Phillies have scored here in the bottom of the 6th. It's now a 6-3 game, and it means the tying run is coming to the plate. Steve McCaddy's going to the phone. They're going to get somebody up in the bullpen for the Nationals. They have a ton of relief pitchers in their bullpen, like a lot of teams at this time of the year do. Ramos is going to walk out and buy some time.
I absolutely love left-handers taking advantage of that wide open hole between first and second with a runner on, or when the pitcher, or the first baseman holding something on. Just for a hitter, it's like, okay, look at the size of that hole. All I have to do is get the barrel out, go down through the ball. And Altherr probably would have went to third base if he didn't have to jump over the baseball.
If he did wind up going to third, he probably would have been out. So Steve McCaddy out to the mound. Rafael Martin was the righty that you saw warming up in the bullpen. I'll give the Phillies some credit here. They're not going down quietly. It's only the bottom of the 6th inning. They're trying to cut into this lead even more. They got a chance to do so. They've got a decent matchup, even though Ashe has struck out the last 2 times. He had good numbers coming into this ball game against Zimmerman. 5 for 12 coming in. There's Pap. He's made his way out to the bullpen. It's not his time yet. Outside and low. 1 ball, no strikes. Pap had a chance to meet with the media earlier today before the ball game. I saw him walking in. Seemed like he was in decent spirits. Fouled away, and it's 1-1. I said, how are things going? He said, just trying to hang in there. Six saves in 6 opportunities. Only 6 opportunities since the trade. Ashe hits it in the air to deep right center field. Going back on it is Harper. It is gone! Whoa! A long home run for Cody Ashe. And he's just tied this ball game up. It's a 6-6 game. What a great grab by that young man also. That ball was going into the bullpen.
And what a great swing hitting towards that 398 sign in the right center. Tremendous usage of the top hand. Sweet swing, short swing. Top hand right there. And he knew it. Head down. Well, you might get 2 plays in 1 right here.
How about that grab right there?
I see that play a little later on.
Yeah. And later on even. And then even a little later. And even a little later. Well, it's 6-6. The Phils down 6-2. And they've come back to tie it. Cameron Rupp chops one to shortstop. 2 away. And that'll bring Eric Kratz to the plate as a pinch hitter. Well, good for Cody. That's his 4th home run against the Washington Nationals. This is a pretty swing.
Well, it is. And I mean, nice, not a big leg kick, foot downs early, but just the power, the head down going through that baseball. Head down, follow through high. It's a good feeling when you hit that ball and you know it's a home run.
Breaking ball to Kratz. Well, that takes Aaron Nola off the hook as far as wins and losses go.
And if you notice the pitch before that, he was late getting his foot down and he fouled a ball over the Washington dugout. We always talk about making adjustments. Well, he made the adjustment by starting a little earlier and having that separation.
Yeah, I thought there was a chance he would get a slider down because that's the pitch that really handled him earlier in the game.
Yep.
1-0 pitch coming to Kratz. Missed his spot, but gets a strike. It's 1-2. That one's floated out towards center. Michael Taylor is there. And the inning is over. But the damage is done. The Phils score 4 times in the inning. Capped off by Cody Ashe. His 3-run home run tied this ball game up at 6 apiece. What a sweet swing as we go to the 7th. Well, a lot of home runs here tonight. It's not even warm out, but a lot of home runs here tonight. Time now for our Delaware Valley Honda Dealers game summary. Jason Worth's 5th grand slam of his career gave the Nats a 6-2 lead, but Cody Ashe's 9th homer of the year, a 3-run shot, tied it up in the bottom of the 6th inning. So both starters are basically done. Jordan Zimmerman, we're assuming, is going to be done. And Aaron Nola was lifted after 5 innings. Hector Neris will take over for Justin DeFreitas. Justin pitched a very effective 6th inning. So now Neris, 2-2, 3.97 earned run average, takes over here in the 7th. Anthony Rendon is 1 for 3. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Figures we did all that research on how many pitches. I wanted to know how many pitches DeFreitas has thrown this year. 1,329 leads all major league relievers.
Think about how busy he was in the first half. Galvis from the hole on 1 hop, and it hit off the shin of Ryan Howard. It's either the shin or the knee. I don't know if he didn't see it on the short hop. Sean Ficazzi immediately comes out of the dugout to check out the big guy.
Freddie does a nice job getting there, and it hits right off the knee. Hit the grass and skidded.
You know, I also think that his feet were off kilter here. They were opposite of what they needed to be, because they had him at first base. They scored a single. You see his feet were reversed.
Yeah, he had his right foot on the bag instead of having the left foot on the bag.
And that may have knocked off, well, it certainly knocked his balance off, and he wasn't able to get it. So they would have gotten him by at least a step and a half. the fact that his feet were opposite.
I would agree.
So they do give it a base hit. Second hit of the night for Rendon. You know, Escobar shows bunt, takes low and away. 1 ball, no strikes.
Well, and with the way Ryan's foot was on the bag, or the way he was positioned, it's impossible to reach with your right arm to go out and to get a short hop or to pick it cleanly.
Yeah, because they would have had him.
Yeah.
And the ball did hit off the grass, but it was a longer hop out, obviously. I don't know. It was almost as if he was surprised that Galvis was able to get it and go, and that Rendon wasn't there. Escobar. I thought he was bunting on his own. Maybe they're telling him not to bunt. Off the end of the bat to the right side. They got to play at second base. They get the lead runner. Nice play.
Very good play. Very heads up play.
4-6 of the put out, a fielder's choice. That brings Bryce Harper to the plate. It brings us to our cold hard fact, brought to you by Cross Brewed Coors Light. Harper is the 5th major league player with at least 30 home runs and 100 walks in a single season at age 22 or younger. He joins Eddie Matthews, Ted Williams, Mel Ott, no relation to Ed Ott, and Jimmy Fox. I mean, look at those names that he's next to.
Very impressive numbers.
Yeah, he has 110 walks this year. In the dirt.
This is the reason why back in the 3rd inning gets a changeup down the zone middle. And it's one thing he has not done this year is miss those pitches. Number 37 on the year right there.
Outside, 2-0. Fastball in there. 2 balls, 1 strike.
You know, hitters that have tremendous power, like Bryce Harper does, and I say he has tremendous power because he can hit home runs to every single part of the field. We've seen down the 334 line in left field. We've seen balls to center field, to right field. He's a guy you cannot throw the same pitch twice to.
Jason Worth trying to get a scouting report. Off the end of the bat. And out of play. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out here in the top of the 7th inning. Phillies and the Nationals tied at 6. Let's see if Hector can get that split by him in some way, shape, or form. It's a dangerous pitch. Tried it and he missed with it. Ball 4. That'll put runners on first and second. And Jason Worth is coming up. These lucky fans are tonight's Citizen 7. They were to receive a prize pack courtesy of Citizens Bank. Good banking is simple, clear, and personal. And that's helping you bank better. Citizens Bank. Jason Worth has a grand slam here tonight. And here it is. This against Aaron Nola, his last time up.
0-2 fastball. Up and in. Jason Worth kind of steps the bucket and drives it to left field for his 5th grand slam of his career. At that point, made it 6-2.
Phillies came back to tie it up. They scored 4 of their own. That's in there, 0-1.
Canaris throws so many split finger fastballs. He throws so many sliders. You forget he throws 95, 96.
For the second straight pitch. That one at 94. 0-2.
Well, we had him last time 0-2.
That's right.
Notice where the first 2 pitches were? Away, away.
That ball gets by Cameron Rupp, so the runners will move up to second and third. That wasn't even close.
No.
Wild pitch.
Now you have to go for the strikeout. That being said, Cameron's got to make sure that he knows the split finger's coming.
Block it.
Block it.
Phillies will play the infield in. Got him. Threw him the split. Gets the strikeout, 2 away. Boy, it is really a very good pitch when it's on.
It is. He throws it hard. It's 86, 87, but straight down. And by the time you recognize the tumbling action, you've already committed yourself and too late to hold up.
That was a great shot, too, of how he grips it with one finger off the seam and the other one right on the seam. A little more pressure right there. See how that finger's, the index finger's on the seam? Or I should say the middle finger's on the seam?
Because a lot of guys that used to throw the traditional split finger would be, both of them would go down the side of the seams.
Right. McClure out to talk to Hector Neris. Clint Robinson is the scheduled hitter. Matt Thornton is the left-hander warming up in the pen for the Nationals. Robinson's been on base twice today. He's flat out to left. He singled and he walked his last time up. Takes inside. 1 ball and no strikes. That splitter was up a little bit.
Yeah, we don't want to live up there.
Nope.
Those ones there usually do not come back.
So at a Major League scoreboard, Marlins had a 3-1 lead, but Travis d'Arnaud has homered to help tie it up. It's 3-3. That game's in the bottom of the 6th inning. Harris was walking off the mound. Tim Welke says it's inside. Welke waved as if it was way inside. I don't know about way inside. Yeah, it's a little inside. It's close. Almost the way Cameron caught the ball. It waffled a little bit. Popped him up. Ashe will give it a look. He's got room, and he makes the catch. Cameron Rupp, you can hear him in the background saying, "You got room." And Ashe's able to track it down. Side is retired. Nationals lead 2. Will stretch and go to the bottom of the 7th. Extra innings and need a boost? Call W.B. Mason and order Green Mountain Coffee K-Cup pods. Great tasting coffee at amazingly low prices. Delivered free the very same day when you order by 11:30 a.m. W.B. Mason knocks it out of the park. Who but W.B. Jerome Williams warming up in the bullpen. It'll be Odubel Herrera to lead it off against Matt Thornton, a veteran left-hander. Thornton 2.48 ERA this year. Takes over for Jordan Zimmerman. 6 earned runs over 6 innings. There's a fastball. It's 0-1. Thornton's numbers. Nationals bullpen's been kind of interesting this year, particularly since the 31st of July when Pap was traded over to them. They moved Drew Storen, their closer, at 29 saves and an ERA of 1.69. 29 saves and a 1.69 ERA into the setup role. Well, Pap did his job, 6 saves and 6 opportunities, but Storen, something got into his head because his earned run average was 6.75 since moving into the setup role. One ball, 2 strikes to Odubel. Back toward the middle. That'll sneak into center field, a base hit.
Tom, remember back in the day when a few days ago when I said if you do not accept your role, you'll have no success?
Yep.
Well, Drew Storen did not want to be the setup guy. That is the reason why he has not had success and will not for the remainder of the year.
Yeah, so he's done for the year because he broke his thumb.
Yep.
after giving up the home run to Cespedes, which is an epidemic currently in the National League, where he slammed his hand down on his lockbox in his locker, broke his thumb. Freddie Galvis will be the batter with a runner at first base. Galvis bunts it in the air. Is he doing that on his own, Matt, or is he asked to do that?
Bottom of the seventh, he might have been asked to do it.
Dates back to, was it 10 days ago when he had Citi Field where he had trouble doing this? Or was it here?
I think it was here.
Ooh. Pete Mackanin said, hey, we call upon him to do it. He's a table setter. He needs to get that bunt down. One ball, one strike. Whether it was New York, Boston, or here, he didn't get the bunt down. 1-1 the count. Gets it down here. Thornton off the mound, flips to first, and Galvis credited with the sacrifice. Phillies have the go-ahead run in scoring position. Phillies are looking to hire a staff of ball girls who can represent the organization in the community as well as perform duties on the field. The requirements are as follows. Write this down, Matt. Softball experience, which you've done.
Check.
Fun and outgoing personality.
Absolutely.
And you must be 18 years or older. Please send a resume and 2-minute video demonstrating your softball skills and why you would make a great Phillies ball girl. Applications are due by September 28th. Go to Ball Girls or send them to ballgirls@phillies.com or Ball Girl applicant, 1 Citizens Bank Way, Philadelphia, PA 19148. There will be tryouts too, Matt. Inside, 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the pickoff. I thought he balked.
That looked like he turned his left shoulder.
Yeah, I thought he balked.
To start with.
It just didn't look right when he did it. And it's hard to balk to second, but that's the way to do it.
Yep.
Because it looked like he was deceiving the runner. Watch it again.
You watch his front shoulder. Watch him turn.
Yeah, remember Cole Hamels was called for that last year. Chopper right side. Herrera's going to get to third, but it'll be 2 outs. The Phillies do have the right-handed hitting Aaron Altair coming up. Let's see if Matt Williams makes a move. He does have a righty and another lefty in the bullpen. He's walking, and here he comes. So Williams will make this change here, bring the right-hander in to face Aaron Altair. There's the signal. So pitching change here at Citizens Bank Park. The Phillies have the go-ahead run at third base. The fanatic is getting very impatient with all these changes going on. Just saw himself on the big old fan division. We'll be back right after this. Applebaum talking to Matthew Lucroy in the bullpen. Pap, of course, traded to the Nationals. This is what he said today about the Phillies' lack of winning attitude. I can promise you I was far from the bad guy on this team. I was one of the few that wanted to actually win, and I was one of the few that competed and posted up every day. I think the blame goes all the way from the front office all the way down to the bat boy. Well, poor Tucker, the bat boy, did nothing wrong. You know, Pap was, I mean, from our standpoint, was a good guy to deal with all the time. I think there's a lack of realism to a certain extent about this franchise not wanting to win. You know, there's Tucker, the bat boy. Phillies organization has always had the objective of winning. Now there's a rebuilding that's going on at this point, but I think that's where the lines are crossed a little bit. The mistake between winning and rebuilding. Yes, when he got here, they were still winning games up high, 1 and 2. But he did post every single time, but he wasn't the only one, and he's still not the only one. I think there's probably some guys that would take umbrage of that.
Well, they should. And he's lucky he's not a hitter.
1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. And Altair is down on strikes.
We'll have a more conversation next inning.
Well, we got a couple more games to talk about it, too. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left. We'll go to the 8th inning. Phillies and the Nats tied at 6. Healer.com. By Jefferson, where health is all we do. Call 1-800-JEFF-NOW or visit jefferson.edu. And by Toyota. Where will Toyota take you? Visit buyattoyota.com today to find out. Toyota, let's go places. Top half of the 8th inning. Jerome Williams comes on to pitch for the Phillies. 28th game for Jerome. 4-10 with an ERA of 5.85. Darren Ruff will replace Ryan Howard here at the top of the 8th inning. Darren will bat in Ryan's spot, which means he'll lead off the bottom of the 8th inning. Well, it's not a good thing. I mean, Ryan took that ball off the leg, off the knee on that throw by Freddie Galvis in the last inning, and he was limping around for a little bit. Here it is right here. Boom, right off the knee.
Right below the knee.
Yeah, was it the little crevice? Yeah, a little tendon right below the kneecap. 0-1 to Ian Desmond, who was struck out 3 times. 0-2. He saw a hanger and he thought he was going to launch it. In the dirt, 1-2 off the chest protector of Cameron Rupp. So how about the winning against your division? How important is it? It's important every year. It really is. And the Phillies saw that all the years that they won the division. As Desmond strikes out for the 4th time. 1 away. This year, the Nationals are respectable 34-26 against the National League East. And the Mets are an exceedingly good 44-20 against the National League East. There are the numbers right there. So look back to last year. Nationals won the division. Well, the Nationals were 45-31 against the East. So the Mets are going to eclipse that, at least it seems that way, rather easily.
Yep.
So that's part of the reason why they've extended their lead to 9.5 games in the East. Outside corner, 1-1. Nationals are, as we said, they're pretty good against the East too. 34 wins. That's not too shabby at this point. In fact, they're on pace to have the numbers that they had last year. We're close to it if they can finish strong here in 2015. 2-2 off speed pitch.
Basically, if you're what the Mets are doing this year, 24 games over 500 versus your division.
24 games over 500.
You can play 500 baseball versus everyone else.
Absolutely.
You're winning the division.
Absolutely.
Easily.
Inside, ball 4. So Ramos walks. Yeah, we just went back to last year because obviously they won the division. The Nationals did. But they're going to blow past 45 wins. I think 44 wins last year was a lot. So 1-out walk. Michael Taylor's coming up. Pinch runner coming in for the Nationals. Time for the Major League Notebook. Let's turn it over to Murph.
All right, thank you, Tom. Brought to you by St. Joseph's University. And speaking of the division, well, the Miami Marlins are in New York City tonight. And before the game, taking batting practice, well, if you're a Marlins fan, it was certainly a sight for sore eyes because Giancarlo Stanton was back swinging the bat at Citi Field before the game. He, of course, hasn't played since June 26th because of that broken hamate bone in his hand. But he is getting closer and closer. There is no word exactly when he's going to be back, but they do think it'll be sometime this week. Of course, the Phillies are headed to Miami at the end of the next week, so it is possible that the first game for Stanton will be against the Phils. We'll keep you posted on that. And also a very big week for Big Papi. Of course, on Saturday, he hit home runs number 499 and 500 in his career. He also batted .444. That was close. .444 for the week, and because of all of that, he is the American League Player of the Week. He, of course, becomes the 27th player in Major League Baseball history to go have 500 or more home runs in their career. So big week for Big Papi.
Big week for Big Papi, and it's been a pretty good 45 days for the Boston Red Sox as a team, playing much better baseball.
Yep.
So Big Papi celebrated the old-fashioned way with that 500 home run.
Glass of milk
and a piece of cake. They brought a cake for him. That was the celebration.
Oh, I was just joking.
No, that's what it was.
Piece of cake.
Big old cake. 500th home run.
At least when Jamie Moyer got his 250th career, I had champagne for him.
Well, he may have gotten that, but he was really excited about the cake.
Well, it was in Tampa. Dos Equis.
I thought you knew a place that made cakes in Tampa.
Oh.
Rudder goes, pitch out. Rupp's throw is a little high, and he is out. He got off the bag. Trey Turner tried to hang on. He's saying he's safe. Second time this week they've had the pitch out. The second time that Cameron's seemed like his timing was off and the throw was a little high. Yeah, he got him. Before his hand went back to the bag, he got him. See, he's off.
Watch his knuckles. He'll get right here. He tags his knuckles.
Yep, right
there. It almost looked like he hit the strap.
Yeah, and he got his arm, I think, too, before his hand actually got to the bag. Watch it here. The call is out. See, right there. Before his hand hit the bag, he got him.
Watch the strap. All right, the strap is not moving, not moving. Right there, the strap flips up. So it looks like part of his glove or something hit the strap.
Yeah, and he definitely got his arm before the hand hit the bag. He's kind of got under it, and that sort of lifted it just a little bit. Then his hand hit the bag. So this should stand if they're looking at the exact thing that we're looking at. Kid can fly, though. Here, watch it one more time. He's safe there. The umpire, Chris Siegel, stays with it. He's off there. He may have gotten him there, but then he gets him definitely right there. Off. Epidemic. May have gotten him there, but then right there. Glove is on the elbow, and the hand was not on the bag. And the umpire, young Chris Siegel, was emphatic with the call. So this should not take long. And here's the call.
Which is a proper call.
Yeah.
See where Freddie catches the ball in front of second base? If he could get his left foot back here and his right foot here, straddling the bag, even though it is a high throw,
yeah,
that way he could just go straight down with the tag. But now since he has to go get it, come back to the bag, the umpire is keeping an eye on it, notices it, calls him out right away.
Hey, tell you what, that's a good call because that's a much harder call than it seems, just because how fast the tag and then the hand on the bag occurred. 2-2 to Michael Taylor. Matt Dendecker's in the on-deck circle to pinch hit. Out to right field. Going back on it is Bogusevic and makes the catch. And that'll do it for the Nationals here in the 8th inning. No runs, no hits, nobody left. Middle of the 8th. Darren Ruff will start it off when we return.
Inning, Cody Ashe, a very nice swing, getting a blast to right field for a 3-run shot. And oh, by the way, your Hyundai defensive play of the game comes along with the gentleman in the right center making a fine catch, saving the catcher in the bullpen. I mean, this is a great play.
It is a great play.
So it's nice to see you at the W. Mason delivery of the game, and you have the Hyundai defensive play of the game brought to you by your local Hyundai dealer.
Yeah, it's kind of a hybrid. Jose Lobaton will take over behind the plate. That was as good a catch as you're going to see for a fan. I mean, just nice. Considering where he had to go to get it. He had 2 other fans with him trying to make the catch also. Blake Trinan takes over, as you just saw his numbers. Darren Ruffle bat. He came on to play first base for Ryan Howard, who left with what we're being told is a left knee contusion. Hopefully Ryan's okay. And Darren takes inside.
This young fella has a good arm, 95 to 98. And a hard slider, 85 to 88. With movement, by the way.
Takes a strike. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. Darren hitting .243, 7 home runs, 27 runs batted in overall. High chopper to shortstop. Desmond comes in. He's got it. Still has a strong arm despite 24 errors. When he gets it and it's on target, it's there quickly.
Left the chopper. And like you said, he still has a cannon for an arm. Good exchange. Found the grip of the ball. Notice how we turned it a little bit to get the 4-seam.
Chopper softly on the right side. Trinan has it. 2 outs. Quickly 2 outs.
Shows you what type of movement his fastball has. It's almost like it's a 2-seam fastball at 98 miles an hour. You think it's going to start a little above your knees, and then it's just a late tail. And that's the reason why guys are smothering it. You think it's going to be a strike, and look at that thing go down out of the zone. I think that was a little lower than Darren Ruff's. But even that pitch right there at 99.
Ashe's the reason we're tied at 6. A 3-run home run his last time up. There's a wicked slider right there. 0-2.
I've never seen that before. Off the plate, off the mask.
Up over the screen.
3-pointer.
Greatest thing was the sound effects from the crowd as it was going in. Ground ball to second base to his right, Rendon. 1-2-3 inning for Blake Trinan. Phillies go down in order. We have played 8 here at Citizens Bank Park. We'll head to the 9th inning. Pitcher spot is due up for the Nationals when we come back. Sunday, October 4th. The 4th is Fan Appreciation Day, a 2016 Phillies schedule magnet. Prizes and surprises for all fans taking place throughout the game. Order your tickets now by going to Phillies.com. That's Casey Jansen warming up. That's Andres Blanco warming up. He's the new second baseman for the Phils. We have ourselves a double switch here at the old ballpark. Jedmar Gomez, 61st game. His earned run average has dipped under 3. And he will face Matt Dendecker to start things off. Dendecker's going to pinch hit for the Nationals. It'll be Dendecker, then the top of the order. First pitch is over for a strike, 0-1. Dendecker 14 hits this year. Outside, did not start the year with the Nationals. Began the year with the Mets, traded to the Nationals for Jerry Blevins. Then went down to the minor leagues. He's been up here for a good part of the season. Outside again, 2-1. So far, so good for the Phils bullpen. They have 3 innings scoreless in relief of Aaron Nola.
Phillies pitchers have done a nice job the last series against the Cubs and going into tonight with 52 strikeouts in the last 5 games.
It's kind of like what they did right after the All-Star break.
Yeah.
Bullpen was strong. Phillies were strong as a team at that point. Every time the Phillies pitchers retire, the opposition 1, 2, 3. Comcast will make a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity, the official entertainment provider of the Philadelphia Phillies. 2-2 to Dendecker. They can use a strikeout right here, and they got one.
Nice call.
Cameron Rupp hangs on. Five strikeouts for the Pen, 12 strikeouts overall.
It's a 93-mile-an-hour sinker. The swings underneath it. Cameron Rupp hangs on to it.
So Gomez gets the first out. Anthony Rendon has 2 hits today. 2 for 4. He struck out a couple times.
That's a pitch right there that you call tied him up. You try to force your swing through the zone. You can't get the barrel to it. Good movement, good sinker.
See if he can finish him off now with the count. No balls and 2 strikes. Nope. Inside of low. 1-2. And a line drive base hit it to left field. Decided to go with the slider, and the slider was up. Third hit for Rendon. So he's had back-to-back games now with 3 hits. And Escobar will come up to the plate. Cameron Rupp will slowly walk out to the mound to chat with Gomez. Nationals now with 11 hits in tonight's ball game. Well, if you can ever want for something right here, you'd want for a double play so you don't have to face Harper here in the top of the 9th inning. Bob McClure is calling for Adam Lowen to get up. Bob McClure has a pattern that we've kind of fallen in line with. Catcher goes out.
Fall in love with them.
Catcher goes out, talks for a little bit. He comes back, and then pitching coach goes out just to give the reliever a little bit of time. Now that's what's happening here. Cameron had a nice conversation, and then after he arrived back at home plate, Bob McClure came out. A reminder, after the ball game, stay tuned for a special Cure Auto Insurance presents Phillies post-game live. Matt's going to break it down.
That's right.
There you are. Right here at the ballpark. We're going to have a lot of fancy things going on here at the ballpark with the post-game show tonight. Since it's here, we're going to make it a little extra special. Lights and everything like that. So after the conversation, here comes Escobar with 1 man down. And a throw over to first base. Rendon is back. Perfect tactics to get a pitcher warmed up in the pen.
Give the hold sign so you don't throw to first or home.
Yeah.
Hold.
Outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Big rip, 2-1. There's that sinker. 91, dropping in the zone.
Try to throw another good sinker right here, and it's a 5-4-3 double play waiting to happen. As a hitter, you want to get out in front and try to hit it before it sinks.
Ground ball back toward the middle. Nice call, Matt. Double play wraps up the top of the 9th inning. It'll give the Phils a chance to win it in their final at bat. Gomez gets out of a jam. We're even at 6. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Cameron Rupp will lead things off when we come back. Phils so far this year. 12 home runs for the Nats, 5 for the Phillies. Now, you throw in tonight's totals, and both of those numbers are going to pop up. Phillies haven't pitched badly against the Nationals, but it's the home runs that are the big difference.
That it is. Bullpen's actually pitched better than the Nationals.
Casey Janssen, 43rd game. Phillies saw him earlier in the year. He started the season on the DL. He'll face Cameron Rupp to start things off here in the bottom of the 9th inning in a 6-6 game.
He never stops moving either.
He just keeps on moving. Inside, 1 ball, no strikes.
That's where you yell from the dugout, "We have ice." You wear that in the hip, go to first, pinch runner, sac fly, or sac bunt. I would love to see Cameron keep that left shoulder in tight and hit a bomb to right center.
He tried to there. You can see him fighting it.
And the worst thing about it is, as hitters, you know you're doing it.
1 ball, 1 strike to Rupp. That's a tough take. 2-1. Swing and a miss, and Rupp strikes out. 1 away here in the 9th inning. That was a pretty good pitch, too. So Cameron is rung up. Andres Blanco, the hitter.
Yeah, it was a missed target. Supposed to be away. Came back in her half and swung through it.
Well, that'll bring Andres Blanco to the plate for the first time. Blanco was 2 for 9 in the series against the Cubs. So Blanco is among the league leaders in pinch hit average, 286. He's 3rd in pinch hit home runs with 2. 1st in pinch hit doubles, or I should say 2nd in pinch hit doubles with 5. And overall, he leads all pinch hitters in extra base hits. He has 7. It's been a solid year for him. Breaking ball, 0-2. A little low. Little dribbler foul, and it remains 1 ball, 2 strikes. Overall, Blanco has 18 doubles on the year. 18 of his 55 hits are 2 base hits. I'm just always enamored by his pinch hit numbers. He and Francoeur both. It means when he comes in situations like this in double switch that he's fresh. He's ready to go. Inside, 2-2.
That's a tough take.
That's a tough take. I honestly thought ball 1 was a tough take for him. Well, that's even tougher. It's now 3 balls and 2 strikes. Oh, man. Well, that's inconsistent. 2 outs here in the 9th inning.
See the location of the glove? That one's worse than the last one.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. That's below the knees.
Below the knees.
Matt Williams coming out. He'll take the baseball from Casey Janssen. So pitching change. Odubel Herrera is due up. So they will bring in a lefty, and they've got a boatload of pitchers out there in the bullpen. The Nationals do. Bottom of the 9th inning. We're all tied up at 6. Bottom of the 9th inning, 2 men down. Another pitching change for the Nationals. Odubel tonight is 1 for 3. Hit by a pitch back in the 5th inning. So we got a miss. He was looking fastball. He was trying to dial in. 0-1. Well, these two teams will go back at it again tomorrow, 7 o'clock on Comcast Sportsnet. Tickets are still available if you want to come out to the ballpark. Enjoy a game between the Phils and the Washington Nationals. Outside, 1-1. See how Odubel adjusts now, behind in the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
He'll shorten up and he'll try to punch it to left field.
And he does try to slice it that way.
I love watching Odubel Herrera when he takes a couple swings, and you can see he goes through that path of the way he wants his bat to go through. He over-exaggerates with his hands when he's not in the batter's box. Just a reminder, like right there, stay up the middle, or that's the path I want my barrel to go through the zone.
And he got him with a breaking pitch. That's a tough pitch, lefty on lefty. And the Phillies go down in order. 3 straight strikeouts for the Nationals bullpen. So it means we have extra innings. We'll go to the top of the 10th inning. Bryce Harper will lead it off when we come back. Runs in their half of the 6th inning to tie it up. Take a look at the extra inning records. Only 8 extra inning games before tonight for the Nationals. For the Phillies, they had 12 coming into tonight's ball game. We'd like to see the Fanatics celebrating a little bit too. Well, as we move to the top of the 10th, it'll be Dalier Hinojosa, who will be the new pitcher for the Phils. Now, Ken Giles was warming up earlier in the game. Pete McCannon may want to wait. I don't know. Maybe Giles didn't loosen up properly when he was thrown out in the pen. He's worked the last couple days. But when you're at home in a tie game, you usually bring your closer in the 9th inning or the 10th inning. Particularly when you're facing Harper, Worth, and Robinson. First pitch is in there, 0-1. There's always a method, though, to the madness. For a manager. Oh, and 2.
We don't want to live up there too often with an 87-mile-an-hour changeup.
Nope. See, the bullpens, both bullpens have been good tonight. Phillies have 5 strikeouts. The Nationals have 4 in 3 innings of work. Swing and a miss. He got him 94. Got him guessing almost. 6 strikeouts for the Phillies bullpen.
Well, Cameron wanted the fastball up. You can see he's sitting, give him the high fastball. Hitters, we always thought, I can get on top of that. It looks so good. Yet 10 times it's thrown, you might hit it 1 time.
Yeah, it's amazing, too, how that's been the case since, let's say, Little League. Right. I mean, Little League, it's more free swinging, but even as you get older, it still looks tantalizing. You're still thinking you can get it.
It doesn't look as hard.
Yeah. Jason Worth had a grand slam earlier. He pulls this one up the third base line foul. It's 0-1. I'm going to pick this spot right here to take a practice swing. Not a bad pitch. Milwaukee thought low. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I like it fastball away. Jason's going to try to hit a home run to right. You're getting that hitter's count. You get a little happy feet. You want to get the barrel out and try to finish this thing.
Well, there you go. He rips it to deep left field. The Nationals are going to take the lead here in the top of the 10th inning. Second home run of the night for Jason Worth. We've seen him do that a lot when he was with the Phillies. Multi-home run games. And it's now a 7-6 ball game. It's kind of interesting to see how you were guessing along with Jason, thinking about what he was going to do. Now, that wasn't out to the outer edge, but he obviously felt like he knew where that pitch was coming.
Right, and the pitch was supposed to be low and away, and look where it is. And you get in that point where you get a 2-1, 3-0, even a 1-0 count.
Yeah, he killed it.
You know, you're looking to turn and burn for a power guy. You look middle, and if you get it, that's the reason why you kind of open up early to try to hit a home run.
First multi-home run game of the season for Jason. Well, as we mentioned, last inning, this inning, spots where you might see Ken Giles. So we'll find out after the game. Maybe Giles wasn't available tonight. That happens from time to time. And Dahlier has been excellent for the Phillies since coming over. Down and away, 1-2. Line drive, base hit to left field. The pitch was up a little bit, and Robinson has his second hit. Well, the Mets have already won, so the Nationals know that if they want to keep it, the pace at 9.5 back, strange as that sounds, they're going to need a victory here tonight. Mets' magic number is 11 to clinch the division. He's had an awful lot of trouble with breaking pitches tonight. Wouldn't you agree, Matt?
Yeah, he has seen a definite diet of off-speed pitches. Here comes another one.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Runner at first base. A run is in here in the top of the 10th inning on a home run by Jason Worth. And Desmond fouls it back. And it remains 2-2. Giles yesterday threw 20 pitches in his outing for the Phils. 22 the day before. Now Dyer gives up another hit. So 3 straight hits. And Lobaton will bat for the first time. Bob McClure going out. Nobody else warming up in the bullpen as of yet. Dyer yesterday threw 28 pitches. He threw 24 on Friday, and he has 19 here. Well, we called for a double play ball in the last inning, and they were able to get it. Let's see if they can get a double play ball here. Well, it'll be high drama going into the bottom of the 10th inning, because you figure Papelbon's going to come in. There won't be any Ric Flair music being played, Ric Flair sound effects being played in the ballpark. Lobaton 197, 3 home runs, 14 runs batted in. Swing and a miss. Boy, that's a big rip. It's 0-1. Off the end of the bat, and it's 0-2. Got to keep this at a 1-run game.
I think Hosa's hit a wall a little bit, being tired. His pitches are up in the zone, trying to overthrow his fastball like he did to Jason, missed twice back to back.
Yeah, I think that comment right there, you're right on. I think overthrowing his fastball, trying to overthrow his fastball. Strike 3 called. 7 strikeouts for the Phillies bullpen. Papelbon had been warming up. Pap always says it doesn't take him long to get loosened up. Surprised though that he's not throwing at this point, even a little bit. Well, here we go. Taylor chops it toward the hole. Flagged down by Kobayashi. In time to retire the side. However, Jason Worth, for the second time tonight, hits a home run to give the Nationals the lead, this time in the top of the 10th inning. So, Jonathan Papelbon, he's faced his former team before, the Boston Red Sox. He's never faced the Phillies before in another uniform, other than the Red Sox. So here he comes into the bottom of the 10th inning. Jonathan Papelbon, the all-time saves leader in Phillies history, will come into the ballgame. He has 23 saves overall this year, 23 for 23, 17 for 17 for the Phils. He's 17 for 17. Giles is 13 for 13. He's had a good year, though. 51 strikeouts and 57 2/3 innings of work. Traded to the Nationals on the 28th of July. Recorded 123 saves with the Phils and made the All-Star team twice, including this past year in Cincinnati. He'll face Freddie Galvis, Brian Bogusevic, and Aaron Altair. That's where he sits among the active pitchers in saves. Third, although Joe Nathan hasn't pitched much. Galvis takes outside. It's 1-0.
He sure has put up some good numbers throughout his career, but I still disagree with the comment he made earlier with the Geico quote.
That one's popped straight up. Lobaton will give it a look, and it's out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike. Jonathan also said he does not regret anything that he said when he was here in Philadelphia. But I don't think you would think he would take any of it back. In the air to right field. Going back on it is Harper, and we are tied up here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Freddie Galvis, a solo home run. It's a 7-7 ball game. First blown save of the year for Papelbon.
Well, I tell you what, with that swing right there, sure looks like Freddie Galvis wants to win to me.
That's exactly right.
That's a one powerful swing, a hanging split finger fastball, nice short swing. Papelbon turns around, says, "My bad."
Here's Bogusevic with nobody out. He tried to win it right there with that swing. Back in the Phillies bullpen, Luis Garcia is starting to throw. Leads you to believe that Giles indeed is not available tonight. No balls, 1 strike to Bogusevic. 0-2. That splitter was down. .92 on that one. First blown save since September 14th of last year for Pat. So the Phillies were playing the Marlins. One and 2 to Bogusevic. Altair's on deck. He got him. And 1 gone here in the bottom of the 10th inning. It'll be Altair, then Darren Ruff. Don't forget, Ryan Howard was lifted after taking a throw off his knee earlier. Altair has a hit tonight in 4 official at-bats.
Good swing.
The slurve that drops in. It's 0-2. And that ball got a piece of Aaron Altair, so he's aboard with 1 out. Darren Ruff will be the hitter. I think that got just below the padding.
His fingers are numb right now. That's why he's looking at it, trying to.
It hit the other arm. Oh, yeah, it hit the other elbow. I thought it hit the lead arm.
That's going to sting. But one thing we've seen with Papelbon over the years, he's not very quick to home. You can steal off him.
Outside 1-0. I was surprised more teams didn't do it against him, particularly the last couple of seasons. Now he's got quick feet. He does get it over to first quickly. Jeff Francoeur's come out of the on-deck circle. Pitcher's spot is up next. Two and 0.
You know, Papelbon made those comments earlier. All the Phillies were taking batting practice about, what do you say? I'm not the bad guy.
Yeah.
I'm only one of few guys that came to win every day.
Sharply to short, off the glove of Desmond, and the throw to first base, not in time. It was off the glove of Robinson. That'll be an E6, I believe. I don't think they'll give the error to the first baseman. Runners on first and second for Francoeur.
This ball hit extremely hard. Kind of came up and hit him in the heel. Good throw, would have had him.
Yeah, E6 is what they call it. 25 errors now for Desmond. Jeff Francoeur, 478 as a pinch hitter. 11 hits and 23 at bats. Trying to give the Phils a victory here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Oh, sweet it would be. Runners lead off. Oh, man. I mean, it was a foul ball, but it was an impressive foul ball.
Yeah. That's short, powerful, but unfortunately strike one.
You heard the thud in the background. And now the 0-1 pitch. Popped him up. Over toward the Phillies dugout. Lobaton will give it a look, and it's out of play.
Now, if you look at the defense, the outfielders are playing normal depth. Look where he's playing at third base. That's usually the no double area. And the reason why is because now the size of this hole right here is a lot larger.
You might want a no base hit here.
Right. You want to shit double, so what?
Yeah.
You want that hole covered.
No balls and 2 strikes. Runners lead off first and second. Francoeur just stays alive. Lobaton was set up inside on that one. So it remains 2 strikes. Phil's trying to take game 1 of this series. So far, they're 3-4 on this homestand. The Mets have won. The Nationals need to win to keep at 9.5. Down the right field line. On the run is Harper over toward the corner. He will get there, and he makes the catch. Altair will tag and go to third. And what a throw in by Bryce Harper. That is a fantastic play to keep concentration out hit near the corner in right field.
That's one thing you don't hear about Bryce Harper a lot. You talk about his offensive numbers. He's actually a very good outfielder. And he's got a cannon of an arm. He goes a mile here, catches it and slides so he doesn't hit the wall. Bench thinks it's a home run or it's going to be a base hit. But then Harper comes up and throws a missile to second base.
So it's up to Cody Ashew with runners on first and third. Cody had the game winner this past weekend against the Cubs. That was a home run. Phillies will take a base hit here. It would probably be appropriate since since Worth hit the grand slam earlier and then the home run. See if Cody hits the 3-run home run earlier and maybe gets a home run. In the dirt, 1 ball, 1 strike. Freddie Galvis has tied it here in the 10th inning with a solo shot. First blown save since September of last year for Papelbon.
Trying to figure out why Darren is still at first base. They've been playing behind him the whole time at first. Go ahead and take the bag, because what it does is now there's no force play at second base.
There he goes. That one's pulled towards second base. Rendon is up with it. And we will go to the 11th inning. A home run by Freddie Galvis ties it against Jonathan Papelbon. The Phillies lead 2. We go to the 11th in a 7-7 game. Well, Jonathan Papelbon gives up the game-tying home run at the bottom of the 10th inning, so we go to the 11th, tied at 7. And Luis Garcia will take over, 64th game for Garcia. Jeff Francoeur stays in the ball game to play left field. And Danny Espinosa will pinch hit for the Nationals. Pitcher spot is due up right now. Espinosa will pitch hit for Papelbon. Espinosa on the year hitting .240, 13 home runs. 1 ball and no strikes. 7 runs on 14 hits for the Nationals. Phillies 7 runs on 9 hits. In the dirt, 2-0. Six pitchers used tonight by the Phils. This is number 7. Toyota Major League Scoreboard. The Astros and the Rangers are tied at 3. Mitch Moreland has a home run and 2 RBIs for Texas in that game. Again, the Astros lead the division by a game and a half. That's a huge ball game. 3 balls, 1 strike. Kazmir's still in the game. Hamels is out. Scott Kazmir's still in that game. Hamels was just lifted from the ball game. It looked like he had pitched well. Ball 4. So Espinosa draws a walk. So he's aboard here in the 11th inning. And Anthony Rendon will be the hitter. All right, so the other night in the Mets game, not that this is a similar situation, the intensity is not the same, but 3 balls, 1 strike, they had Rendon try to bunt.
That's right.
That was that wacky game where the Mets were down 7-1 and wound up winning the ball game. He couldn't bunt, or didn't bunt properly. It was the first time he was ever asked to bunt in his professional career. One ball, no strikes.
It would actually be a very good time to do a hit and run.
Instead of the bunt?
Instead of the bunt. I mean, he got 3 knocks today.
Outside and off the glove of Cameron Rupp. That'll be an E2. Oh, they're going to score a critter pass ball. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, it's a fastball up in the zone, but Cameron came up like he was going to throw to first base. Problem is, there was no one at first base.
Yeah.
Darren was coming in to get the bunt. Just a little too quick on the exchange.
In the dirt again, 3-0.
Rendon doesn't look very happy.
No, just doesn't look comfortable doing it.
Well, if figure he's got to be swinging here.
Has to be, right? Stunning. Foul ball, 3-2.
That's where hitters and players want to say something so bad to the manager, but out of respect, you bite your tongue.
Yeah.
But then again, It is the big leagues. The manager is the boss. He gives you the bunt sign. You need to get the bunt down,
well,
like it or not.
That is ultimately the task. And getting that runner over to third with less than 2 outs is what you want to do.
That is your job. Extra innings, you're still in a pennant race, somewhat. He gives you the sign. You get the bunt down.
Ground ball back to the middle, over the second base bag. Galvis has it, and everybody's safe. It'll be an infield hit. Runners on first and third. That is a 4-hit night for Anthony Rendon. And Escobar is coming up.
Right back up the middle. But Freddie makes a nice play, showing some good range. There's no way that ball was getting through. But that's the type of swing right there. He's going through the baseball, and he knows his job is to hit the ball up the middle or to right field to advance the runner over. Does his job, and he gets a knock out of it.
Seven career 4-hit games for Anthony Rendon. The infield is in for the Phils. Escobar is up. Just having a difficult time again with the strike zone. He has this, particularly since the All-Star break, he has this from time to time.
Happy, you suck! You suck! You suck, Happy! Happy smart footy team!
Chopper to second base, coming home with the throw, and it's right between the legs of Cameron Rupp, and Espinosa will score. And the Nationals again take the lead. It's 8-7. It was a one-hop throw, and Cam could not hang on to it. So fielder's choice, RBI for Yunel Escobar.
Well, it's a tough play. He has to jump and get up and rush this throw. But a good throw.
Had him
at home plate.
Yep.
Just stayed down. Almost looked like he hit the dirt and the grass and just shot down between Cameron's legs.
So Garcia will be taken out of the ball game. Adam Lowen will check in for the Phils. Nobody out. Runners on first and second here in the top of the 11th inning at Citizens Bank Park. We'll be back with Adam Lowen's numbers right after this. And will take over for the Phils, trying to keep this at a 1-run deficit. He's on to face Bryce Harper. Numbers for Adam: 8.53 ERA, 18 hits, 12 walks. Rendon at second base, Escobar at first base. Escobar has the RBI to give the Nationals the lead. Back toward the middle, off the foot of Lowen. He recovers, looks to third, fires to second, so they get the middle runner. 1-6 on the putout. And Jason Worth will be the hitter, but it will be Lowen who will face him. In the 10th inning, it was Jason Worth who gave the Nationals the lead.
Yeah, you know, it's a 3-1 fastball, supposed to be away. But J-Dub hitting a mistake pitch for a second home run of the game.
Jason with 5 RBIs in this ball game, a grand slam earlier tonight. Lowen coming in with a little lower delivery than normal, but it's no balls and 1 strike. Way inside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, he has. He dropped down a little bit, and he's crossfiring a little bit.
Yeah, he's adjusting on the fly. As we said, he's making the transition back to being a pitcher. Maybe the feeling is that this could be a little more deceptive and give a little more movement within the strike zone. Line drive foul. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
It's a good try, trying to go away with the fastball. Jason's been in that pull mood today. I mean, not very often do you see him hit a ball like he just did foul. And he's a guy that tries to work the middle so much throughout a game and throughout a year.
Chopper to shortstop, that might be 2. There's 1, and quickly over to first in time. Side is retired. 6-4-3 double play, so Lowen gets the outs he needs. And now the Phils down by 1 will have to come from behind once again as we go to the bottom of the 11th. one other time, and they're down to the last chance again. They'll face the former starting pitcher, now relief pitcher, Doug Fister. 5-7 on the year, 4.45 ERA. You want to talk about a guy who's been taken out of his comfort zone. I always thought that, at least over the last couple of years, this was a good starting pitcher.
He was.
And because they had so much depth, they moved him into the bullpen.
That, and the reason why, too, is that he has lost his sinker. You know, he's not an overpowering pitcher.
But he needs that sinker.
He needs that sinker. Right over the top, 85-88, but he relies on that two-seam fastball.
Cameron Rupp takes inside to start it off. 1 ball, no strikes. It'll be Rupp, then Blanco. Tyler Moore takes over in left field. That one's in there for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike.
See, I always thought Doug Fister he lived at the top of the strike zone.
He definitely, and I love his pace too as a pitcher. See his numbers for his career, 65 and 63. Outside, 2 balls, 1 strike to Rupp. Phillies need a base runner here.
He's a free agent this year, right, Doug Fister?
Doug Fister is, yeah.
That's ball 3.
I have it as ball 3 also, but we must have missed a pitch somewhere. So it's ball 4. And Andres Blanco's coming up. Bottom of the 11th inning. It's a 1-run game. See if Andres is up there to sacrifice. Although Dubel on deck. Nope. It's 0-1. Going for a victory here. Got a guy that's made contact all year long.
Yeah.
Phillies have already utilized Eric Kratz today. You're thinking about possibly pinch running. They've used Chase Darno. Eric Kratz because they've used the 3rd catcher. Darno because they've used a guy that can run. Andres Blanco, the bat goes flying over the head of everybody's head.
I tell you, Tom, the Phillies got very lucky right there.
Yeah, because Rupp thought it was a hit for some reason.
Well, he was getting out of the way of the baseball bat. So he had to move to his right.
To then go back left.
To go back left. And we got a break that they did not throw the ball. See right here, he's like, okay, I need to get out of the way of the bat. Now he realizes, oh, get back. I talked to Whitey about the bat tossing.
Yeah.
He goes, stares you, man. I have loose grip. You like that? I said, yep.
0-2 pitch. Inside, 1-2. Well, he's got pine tar on the helmet. He's got pine tar on the bat. He's got it all over his batting gloves.
Loose grip.
That's probably the longest bat toss. He had a couple this weekend, but that's probably the longest one. Right?
Yeah, that was a pretty good one.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Outside, 2-2. So Aaron Altair, who was lifted when Francoeur went into play left field, is lifted because of a contusion after being hit by that pitch earlier. Swing and a miss. He got him. 1 away. And Odubel Herrera will be the batter. Herrera 2 strikeouts, a fly out to center, a single to center field. He's also been hit by a pitch. The lefty Sammy Solis is warming up in the bullpen for the Nationals. Dubel looked like he wanted to win the game right there. So we mentioned that Blanco wasn't bunting because he doesn't strike out all that often, but he does go down on strikes. It happens, but that had to be the thinking for Pete. Plus, it seems like the bullpen is a little short right now. Oh, and 2 to Odubel. Fishing. Little over anxious in that at bat. Phillies are down and out of their final out here in the 11th inning. Surprised, Matt.
I am too. This was, I mean, it had some sink to it, but it was kind of like a waste pitch. That's what you call not picking up the ball to the hand early enough.
So now it's Galvis. Galvis homered his last time up to tie this game. Out to left field, and Moore is there. And that's the ball game in extra innings, in 11 innings. The Nationals have defeated the Phils by a final score of 8-7. An unearned run scores in the top of the 11th inning for the Nats, and that was the decisive run. Jonathan Papelbon blew his first save since September of last year, a home run to Freddie Galvis, but he still winds up picking up the victory in tonight's ball game as Doug Fister picks up the save in relief of Papelbon. Jason Worth is our Chevrolet player of the game. He had a grand slam and a solo home run. 5 RBIs in tonight's ball game for the Nationals. So the Nats take game 1 of this 3-game series. They remain 9.5 games back in the division. 8-7 the final score. The Nationals have defeated the Phils. We'll be back right after this.